Tonight, you do not need to fix yourself. You do not need to force healing, manage every sensation, or search for proof that something is changing. For this moment, you are allowed to set all of that down. You are allowed to rest from the effort of watching yourself so closely. There is nothing you need to perform here, nothing you need to get right. This night is not asking you to become worthy of peace. It is only asking you to soften enough to remember that peace has never truly left you. Your body is not against you. It has never been your enemy. Even in the moments when it felt distant, tense, loud, or difficult to trust, it has still been working for you in silence all along. Your heart has continued beating without your command. Your cells have continued renewing. Your body has carried out thousands of quiet acts of intelligence without asking for recognition. And so tonight, instead of treating yourself like a problem to solve, you can let yourself become a place that is safe to return to. What changes when you stop fighting what you feel? What begins to open when you are no longer standing guard over every signal, every shift, every symptom? There is a deeper wisdom within you that has not disappeared. It has only been waiting for quiet, waiting for space, waiting for the moment you stop pressing so hard against yourself. So let this be the beginning of something gentler, a release from the habit of inner strain, a return to the truth that the body can soften when it no longer feels judged. The mind can quiet when it no longer feels responsible for controlling everything. And you here and now can rest without needing to earn that rest first. And if you feel called to return here with me again, night after night, you may choose to subscribe now and leave these words in the comments I am ready to rewire. Letting that intention settle more deeply as you listen. Tonight, you are not here to battle your way into change. You are here to remember that life is already moving within you, already organizing, already responding to calm. And the less you force, the more you allow. Now, let your attention rest softly around the center of your chest, not with effort, not as if you must create anything, only as if you are sitting beside something quiet and living something faithful that has been here all along. You do not need to control your rhythm tonight. You do not need to breathe in a special way or force yourself into calm. Simply notice that your body already has a rhythm. It already knows the ancient movement of receiving and releasing, rising and settling, opening and softening. And as you rest your awareness there around the heart, around the chest, around that gentle inner center, you may begin to feel a warmth gathering. Subtle at first, perhaps barely noticeable, like the first hint of light before dawn. There is no need to chase the feeling, just allow the possibility of it. A quiet warmth, a small golden glow, as though somewhere behind the breastbone a lantern has been lit, and its light is not demanding anything from you. It is only shining. You may notice that when your attention becomes softer, your thoughts begin to lose some of their sharpness. They do not need to disappear. They only begin to feel less jagged, less urgent, less convincing. The mind has been trying so hard, perhaps for so long, to supervise everything, to anticipate, to protect, to stay ahead of discomfort. And tonight, for a little while, it is allowed to loosen its grip. It is allowed to stop standing at the door of every sensation. It is allowed to rest beside you instead of working over you. Let that warmth in the chest expand a little more now. Not pushed, only permitted. as if each moment of gentleness gives it room to widen. It touches the ribs. It softens the throat. It reaches the shoulders with quiet reassurance. It says without words, you are safe enough to unclench. You are safe enough to stop rehearsing tension. You are safe enough to be here without defending yourself from the next moment. And when the body senses less inner conflict, it often spends less energy bracing. When we stop amplifying alarm inside ourselves, even a little, the whole system can begin to settle toward ease. Not because you forced peace into place, but because struggle was no longer being fed. Like a lake whose surface begins to smooth when the wind has passed, something in you also knows how to smooth when pressure is no longer constantly stirring it. So stay here for a few more moments with this gentle attention around the chest, around the heart, around the quiet intelligence that has kept going for you, even on the days you forgot how to trust it. Notice the jaw softening a fraction. Notice the throat no longer holding as tightly. Notice the belly beginning to understand that it does not have to stay prepared. You are not asking your body to prove anything. You are simply offering it a different message. The message is this: you do not need to stay armed tonight. You do not need to stay on alert to deserve care. You do not need to prove that it is finally safe before you let yourself soften. Safety is not something you must earn with perfect calm. It is something you can begin to allow one quiet moment at a time, and maybe there is a feeling, however small, of space opening inside you. A room becoming quiet without becoming empty. Not numbness, not absence, just less pressure, less noise, less inner crowding. The thoughts may still come and go, but they do not need to pull you away. They can pass like distant movement beyond a curtain while you remain here with the steady glow in your chest, the quiet rhythm already alive within you. If gratitude comes, let it come naturally, not forced, not performed. Maybe gratitude for the heart that kept beating, gratitude for the body that continued carrying you, gratitude for the invisible processes that never asked for applause, only for a little less interference. And if gratitude does not come easily, that is fine too. Even simple willingness is enough. Even simple non-resistance is enough. Even resting here with nothing to prove is enough. Feel how the warmth continues to spread into the chest, the shoulders, the arms, perhaps down into the hands. A calm brightness, a soft gold moving through places that once felt cold with effort. A quiet signal traveling through you, telling every guarded place that it does not have to tighten quite so much now. Not all at once, just a little. Just enough for the body to recognize a new possibility. The mind can become less noisy when it no longer has to supervise everything. The body can become less guarded when it no longer feels watched like a problem. And you can begin to rest more deeply when you stop asking yourself to solve your whole life in one night. Tonight is simpler than that. Tonight is just a return to listening, a return to gentleness, a return to the quiet rhythm that was here before fear became so loud. So remain in this warmth a little longer, in this inner glow, this calm gathering at the center of you. Let it be enough that you are here. Let it be enough that you are softening. Let it be enough that something within you is already beginning to respond to peace. And from this place, we can move even deeper, not by effort, but by allowing that same gentleness to flow through the whole body. Now let that same gentleness move upward to the crown of your head, as if a quiet hand of warmth is resting there, reassuring every thought that it does not need to press so hard. The forehead begins to smooth. The tiny muscles around the eyes no longer need to stay alert. The cheeks soften. The space behind the eyes grows calm and dim, like a room with the lights lowered. Nothing here needs to defend itself right now. Let the jaw loosen, slowly, naturally. You do not have to hold the day in your mouth anymore. You do not have to clench around what was unsaid, unresolved, or unfinished. The tongue can rest. The lips can soften. The whole face can release the habit of being prepared, as though warm water is moving through every small knot, loosening what has been tight for too long. Bring that softness to the throat and the neck, the front of the throat, the sides, the back of the neck. This place that so often carries restraint, swallowed words, silent effort. It does not have to hold all of that now. You are no longer required to keep carrying what the day could not hold. Let the neck be unburdened. Let the throat feel open, easy, unguarded. Safe, now the shoulders. Those faithful places that have carried so much without always being noticed. Let them drop a little. Let them understand that they do not have to keep lifting invisible weight. The effort of carrying can loosen without explanation. You do not need a reason to relax. You do not need permission from the world to stop bracing. The shoulders can soften because this moment is asking nothing from them. And from the shoulders, let that release flow down through the arms. The upper arms, the elbows, the forearms, all the way into the wrists and the hands. The arms no longer need to do. The hands no longer need to hold. Even your hands can release the memory of doing. The fingers uncurl from effort. The palms grow warm and quiet. Every small muscle begins to understand that for now, there is nothing to manage. Let your attention move to the chest, the ribs, the center of your body, where so much effort has gathered. Space returns where effort had tightened. The ribs can soften around the breath that is already moving on its own. The heart is held gently in this quiet space. Nothing needs to be forced open. Nothing needs to be repaired by tension. Your chest can simply be a place of steady life rising and falling without pressure. Now the belly, soft, human, alive. The belly does not need to be flat, controlled, or composed. It only needs permission. Permission to unclench. Permission to stop guarding. Permission to stop anticipating. Let the belly be warm. Let it be easy. Let it receive softness instead of instruction. Whatever has been held here can begin to dissolve like snow melting from branches in the first warmth of morning. Feel the back of the body now, the upper back, the middle back, the lower back, the long line of the spine. You do not have to carry yourself alone in this moment. Support can be received, not earned. Let the surface beneath you take your weight more fully. Let the muscles along the spine loosen their grip, as though each layer is being told gently and repeatedly, you may be held now. You may rest now. Bring your awareness to the hips and the pelvis, this deep and ancient place of holding. So much can be stored here without words. So much tension can live here quietly. And yet even here, softness is possible. Ancient holding can soften without being analyzed. You do not need to understand every layer in order to release it. You only need to stop gripping it. Let the hips widen into ease. Let the pelvis feel heavy, grounded, safe. Now the thighs, the knees, the calves, the ankles. Let the legs give up their work for the night. They do not need to stand guard. They do not need to be ready to move. They can sink. They can be supported. They can become warm and still, as if the earth itself is receiving them without question. And finally, the feet. The soles of the feet, the heels, the toes. Let every last place that has carried you feel the message, now you are allowed to stop. The ground has been accepting your weight all along. There is nothing you must prove before you are supported. Nothing you must become before you are allowed to rest. Now sense the whole body together, from head to toe. Not as something to inspect, not as something to correct, but as something to meet with friendship. Your body is not a problem being checked for danger. It is a living presence being welcomed back into trust. And wherever tension still remains, let it remain without judgment. It is understandable. It is not failure. It is only a place still learning that it can soften too. So rest here inside your body now, room by room, layer by layer, with the lamps turned on softly. Less surveillance, more kindness, less correction, more listening. And let that be enough. Now, you can begin to let go of the need to monitor this experience. You do not need to check whether it is working. You do not need to search for signs. You do not need to measure your softness, evaluate your progress, or wonder whether something important is happening yet. Nothing is delayed just because you stop watching it. Nothing is lost just because you release your grip. A quiet body does not need your supervision to keep moving toward balance. Healing does not require you to stand over it with instructions. Restoration does not need to be forced into existence. There are things within you that know how to continue when you become still. Just as the night sky darkens without being managed, just as a garden grows in silence without asking to be observed. So let your inner hands open now, the hands that have been gripping, checking, waiting, bracing. Let them slowly uncurl. You are not abandoning yourself. You are releasing unnecessary control. There is a difference, and tonight that difference matters, because control has been heavy. Monitoring has been exhausting. Constantly asking whether you are okay has kept part of you from ever fully resting. You do not need to watch for proof. You do not need to test whether this calm is real. You do not need to ask if this moment is deep enough, soft enough, effective enough. Let the questions drift by like clouds moving across a wide, dark sky. They do not need to be answered tonight. They only need to pass. And if the mind wanders, let it wander without fear. Mind wandering is not failure. A thought appears, a memory rises, an image drifts in, and none of that means you have done anything wrong. The mind has habits, and habits fade gently, not all at once. So each time you notice that you have drifted, simply return, softly, kindly, without criticism. The return itself becomes the practice. The return itself is enough. You may even say within yourself quietly, I release the need to force. I release the need to manage every moment. I release the need to make something happen right now. And as those words move through you, let them feel less like commands and more like permission. Permission to become simpler quieter, lighter. Imagine now that you are standing before a doorway in a peaceful, open space. Nothing dramatic, nothing overwhelming, just a doorway softly lit, waiting without pressure. On one side is the habit of checking, controlling, monitoring, tightening. On the other side is a calm, limitless stillness where nothing needs to be watched so closely. And you do not have to earn the right to cross. You only have to stop resisting the invitation. So step through, and on the other side, everything is spacious. The air is soft. The silence is kind. There is no demand here, no urgency, no clock counting whether you are doing this correctly. Here you are allowed to rest without observing yourself rest. You are allowed to soften without analyzing the softening. You are allowed to trust what continues in the unseen. If impatience appears, let it be held gently. If doubt appears, let it float past. If part of you still wants to peek over its shoulder and ask, is something happening? Meet that part with kindness too. It has only been trying to protect you. It does not need to be punished. It only needs to be reassured. Tonight you may tell it softly, you can rest now. You do not have to stay on duty. A bird stops striking the glass when it realizes the sky is not trapped there. In the same way, something within you can stop pushing so hard when it realizes peace is not something it must break into. Peace is already here. Balance is already being remembered. The body is already responding to the absence of pressure. So allow yourself to become quieter still, not by effort, but by surrender. Let the fist remember it can open. Let the water carry what you no longer need to hold above the surface. Let the unseen do its work in the dark, like roots deep in the earth, like a night garden growing without applause. And if thoughts return again, let them return. Then let them go again. No struggle, no correction. Only this gentle rhythm of noticing and releasing, noticing and releasing. Each return is a softening. Each release is a signal. Each moment of non-resistance teaches your system that it no longer has to live in constant supervision. You are safe to stop checking now. You are safe to stop testing now. You are safe to stop supervising now. Let those words settle deeper than thought. Let them fall into the quiet places beneath effort. Let them become part of the atmosphere around you. A calm permission. A silent undoing of old strain. And in that surrender, something beautiful begins to happen. Not loud, not dramatic, just true. The body feels less watched. The mind feels less crowded. The space within you becomes softer, wider, more open to what can arrive when force has finally stepped aside. You are not disappearing now. You are only becoming less defended. The edges of thought can begin to blur without confusion. The mind does not need to stay so sharply outlined. It can soften at the corners. It can dim at the surface. And as it does, you may notice that everything feels quieter, wider, slower, as though you are drifting at the edge of something gentle and deep. This is a natural threshold, a soft crossing, the place where the busy surface mind grows less dominant and the deeper layers beneath it begin to open more easily. You do not need to understand it perfectly. You only need to allow it. Drowsiness itself is a doorway. Softness itself is a doorway. The less you insist on staying fully guarded, the more available you become to peace. It may feel like twilight turning into starlight. Not sudden, not dramatic, just a gradual fading of harsh edges. The inner world becomes more spacious here. Thoughts no longer arrive with the same force. Images, feelings, and quiet impressions begin to land more gently. This is the quiet threshold where new impressions can be received without so much resistance. When the surface mind dims deeper, patterns become easier to reach. We do not force receptivity here. We simply notice that in this softer state, the inner world is more open, more listening, less arguing, more receiving, less defending. You are still here, fully safe, fully held, only now with less tension between you and the quiet truth beneath your thoughts. So let yourself drift a little more, as though standing at a blue velvet doorway between effort and ease, between noise and stillness, between the old guarding and something more open. There is no rush, no demand, only this calm borderland where the mind grows quiet enough for something new to be welcomed. Now the body is softer, the mind is less crowded, and something within you has become quietly receptive. You do not need to become someone else in this moment. You do not need to force a new identity into place. You are only allowing what was already possible to come closer. What was once blocked by tension can now be received with less resistance. The stillness you have entered is not empty. It is prepared. It is open. It is listening. And because effort has softened, new self-concepts can begin to land more gently here, not as pressure, not as pretending, but as a quiet recognition, a remembrance, a return to the version of you that no longer needs to fight so hard to feel safe, worthy, or whole. So remain here at this threshold, calm, open, unguarded enough to receive. The next impressions will not ask you to strain. They will arrive softly, as though they belong here, as though they have been waiting for this exact stillness. And you can meet them without force, because your deeper mind is ready now. Your body is listening now, and the inner door is open. You wake into a morning that does not ask you to defend yourself. Light rests softly across the linen, pale and warm, and the room feels calm before you even move. The air is clean. The silence is gentle. Nothing is chasing you. Nothing is already wrong. Your first thought is no longer a problem to solve. It is space. It is ease. It is the quiet recognition that you are here and that being here feels safe. You lie still for a moment and notice how different your body feels now. Your shoulders are not braced for impact. Your jaw is not carrying yesterday. Your chest is open, unguarded, steady. Your body feels like an ally before the day even begins, as though every breath has already agreed to support you. There is no argument between you and yourself, no rush to fix, no rehearsal of failure before your feet even touch the floor. Only a soft readiness, a natural willingness to begin. You open your eyes fully, and the room reflects the life you have made inside yourself. Order, simplicity, self-respect. The blankets are smooth, the surfaces clear, the corners quiet. Everything around you seems to say the same thing. You are no longer living in survival. You are living in relationship with your own peace. Even the morning light seems to know you differently now, touching the edge of the bed, the wall, the mirror, with a kind familiarity. You sit up slowly, and the movement is easy, not heavy, not reluctant. Your feet meet the floorboards, and the wood is cool and honest beneath you. You can hear the small sound of the house settling into the day, a faint creak, a hush, the simple music of a life that is no longer chaotic inside your mind. You are not stepping into pressure. You are stepping into a day that expects your presence, not your struggle. You stand and notice your posture. There is nothing forced in it. You are not trying to appear confident. You simply are. Your spine rises naturally. Your face is soft. Your breath is steady. You move as someone who expects life to meet them kindly. That expectation is not loud. It is not naive. It is quiet and deep, built from a new self-concept that no longer assumes rejection, delay, or disappointment as its starting point. You walk toward the mirror, and even this feels different now. The mirror is no longer a place of judgment. It feels friendly. It receives you without accusation. You look at yourself, and there is no immediate correction, no subtle flinch, no list of what must change before you are allowed to feel whole. You see your own face, and what you notice first is peace. You see someone becoming natural to themselves, someone whose eyes are clearer now, someone who no longer looks at life from behind invisible walls. You lift a hand to your cheek, your neck, your chest, and there is tenderness in the gesture. Not because you are repairing something broken, but because you are honoring something faithful. Your body has carried you here. Your heart has stayed. Your mind is learning a gentler rhythm. And this version of you does not begin the day by turning against any of it. This version of you begins with quiet partnership. You make your way into the kitchen, and the morning unfolds without resistance. The cup in your hands is warm, almost sacred in its simplicity. Heat gathers in your palms. The scent rises softly, grounding you further into the moment. Maybe it is tea, maybe coffee, maybe something familiar and comforting, but the details do not rush past you now. You taste slowly. You feel the warmth move through you. You let yourself receive what is here. Even this small moment becomes evidence your life is no longer something you brace against. It is something you inhabit. There is a window nearby, and when you look through it, the world does not feel like a threat waiting to prove your fears correct. It feels open. It feels neutral, even kind. The sky is simply there. The day is simply beginning. And you are no longer filling the empty spaces ahead with imagined failure. You are not rehearsing awkward conversations, disappointing outcomes, or unseen disasters. Your mind has learned a new habit now. It leaves room. It trusts more. It stops writing painful endings before the story has even begun. You notice how calm decision-making has become for you. Even the smallest choices no longer carry the weight of self-doubt. What to wear, what to begin with, what deserves your energy today. There is less noise around each choice because your worth is no longer on trial inside them. You choose from clarity, not fear, from sufficiency, not lack. You do not need every step to be perfect in order to feel secure. You trust yourself to meet the day as it unfolds. You dress in clothes that feel like respect, not performance. The fabric settles easily against your skin. The mirror reflects someone composed, someone grounded, someone at home in their own presence. There is no costume here. No need to become someone else before the world can respond well to you. You are already enough to enter the day, already enough to be seen, already enough to move through your own life without apology. As you prepare to leave the room, you pause at the doorway. Once hesitation lived here. Once there was that familiar tightening before stepping into the unknown, as if the world outside might confirm every old fear you carried. But not now. Now the doorway opens without hesitation. Your hand touches the frame, the handle, the air beyond it, and your body remains relaxed. You walk forward as someone who belongs wherever they go. This is what has changed most deeply. Struggle is no longer your identity. Vigilance is no longer your personality. You do not confuse anxiety with intelligence anymore. You do not mistake exhaustion for effort or self-criticism for discipline. You have begun to understand that inner stability is not laziness, not passivity, not denial. It is power in its most beautiful form. It is a calm nervous system, a clear mind, a heart that no longer expects pain to arrive first. And because of that, the simplest parts of morning now feel meaningful. Opening a curtain, washing your face, straightening a pillow, taking a sip, standing in stillness. These are no longer empty transitions between stressful moments. They are the fabric of a life you can actually feel. A life that reflects gentler assumptions. A life in which self-respect is visible in the smallest details. A life built not on dramatic reinvention, but on the naturalness of being well within yourself. You notice your voice too, even in the few words you may speak to yourself. It sounds steadier now, softer, cleaner. There is no edge of dread underneath it, no hidden collapse waiting behind ordinary moments. Your voice belongs to someone who is no longer abandoned inside, someone who trusts their own timing, someone who does not need to force the day open, someone who understands that peace can lead. And the more you stand here in this morning, the more normal it feels. That is how you know the shift is real, not because it is intense, but because it is natural. Calm has become familiar. Ease has become believable. You are no longer trying to convince yourself that life can be kinder. You are beginning to expect it. Not perfectly, not dramatically, but honestly, quietly, deeply. So stay here for another moment in this version of your life. Feel the room around you, the soft light, the steady body, the warm cup, the friendly mirror, the quiet floorboards, the open doorway. Let every detail tell the same story. You are waking as the version of you who is already chosen, already supported, already safe enough to soften. And as this morning continues, you carry that identity with you, effortlessly, the way light carries warmth, the way morning carries promise, the way a healed heart carries no need to announce itself. This is you now. Less dread, more inner space, less resistance, more trust, less rehearsal of failure, more quiet expectation of good. And as the day begins to meet you meet it too with calm shoulders, clear eyes, and a self-concept that no longer turns against your own life. You move forward gently, naturally, like someone who has finally stopped waiting for peace to be earned and has begun to live as though it has always been allowed. You step out into the wider rhythm of your life, and the world begins to reflect back the change you have already made within yourself. The hallway feels open, quiet, unthreatening. Each step is unhurried. Each movement carries a calm that does not need to prove anything. You are no longer moving as if your worth is being measured by speed, perfection, or performance. You move as someone who already belongs in their own life. The door closes softly behind you, and even that sound feels clean, complete. The air outside meets your skin with a gentle freshness. If the ground is still holding the memory of rain, the sidewalk shines faintly beneath the light, and the sun touches it in soft reflections. You notice these things now. The world is no longer blurred by tension. You are present enough to see beauty in ordinary surfaces and quiet weather, in the simple fact that the day is unfolding around you without asking you to fear it. You walk with a different pace now. Not slow from exhaustion, not fast from inner pressure, but steady from certainty. Your body is not trying to escape itself. Your shoulders are at ease. Your hands are relaxed. Your face is open. You no longer carry that subtle urge to make yourself smaller, quicker, more acceptable before anyone has even looked at you. Your presence is enough before a single word is spoken. As you move through shared spaces, you feel how much safer silence has become. A hallway, a lobby, an elevator arriving with smooth, quiet precision. The doors open, and you step in without that old undercurrent of self-consciousness. You do not fill the silence with apology. You do not feel exposed by your own existence. You stand there simply as you are grounded, natural, at peace in your own company. Even if someone else enters the space, remain safe. You are not threatened by being perceived. You are no longer bracing against ordinary human moments. And when you speak, your words do not apologize for existing. Your voice comes out clear, measured, and calm. A greeting, a thank you, a simple exchange. Nothing dramatic yet, everything has changed. There is no hidden shrinking behind your tone, no fear wrapped around each sentence. You speak as someone who trusts that their presence is valid. You speak as someone who does not need to earn the right to be heard. Because of this, people receive you differently now. Not because you are pretending not, because you are performing confidence, but because you meet life with less inner resistance. And the world feels less sharp when you stop approaching it like a threat. Faces seem softer. Interactions flow more easily. Timing aligns in quiet ways. Doors open. Conversations begin naturally. Even the smallest moments seem to confirm that your inner assumption is shaping your outer experience. You may find yourself sitting across from someone at a table, sunlight resting near the edge of a glass, warmth gathering in the room. Their eyes meet yours, and there is ease there. Friendly attention. No battle. No need to decode every pause as rejection. You are present enough to listen, relaxed enough to respond. You do not rush to fill the space. You do not over-explain. You do not leave yourself behind in the conversation. You remain with yourself while also remaining open to them, and that balance feels new but deeply right. There is a softness in eye contact now, a steadiness. You are no longer looking for danger in every expression. You are no longer searching every tone for proof that you are unwelcome. Instead, you allow life to show itself before you decide what it means. This changes everything. It gives the world room to be kinder than your old fears predicted. It gives people room to meet the real you, not the guarded version created by old survival patterns. As the day moves on, your environment continues mirroring your inner shift. A coat settling on your shoulders feels like care, not armor. The street feels navigable. A doorway welcomes rather than warns. Even uncertainty feels different now. It does not instantly become a threat. It becomes space, possibility, a place where something good could enter, where timing could work in your favor, where synchronicities could quietly begin arranging themselves around your willingness to expect better. And you are open to that now. Open to little alignments. Open to the right message arriving at the right time. Open to ease in places that once felt tense. Open to being helped, supported, noticed, welcomed. You do not have to force these things. You do not have to chase signs or grip the day tightly. Your openness itself becomes an invitation. Life can find you more easily now because you are no longer hiding behind constant anticipation of harm. You notice it in your posture when plans shift, in your tone when something is delayed, in the way you pause before reacting and find that the pause is wide enough to hold your peace. This is how the new identity shows itself, not in perfection, but in response, not in control, but in stability. You are no longer thrown so easily by uncertainty because your sense of self is not built on fragile conditions. It is rooted deeper now. The world reflects this back in ordinary ways. Someone responds warmly. A conversation feels natural. A moment you once would have overthought passes with surprising ease. You catch your reflection in a window at dusk and see someone composed, someone intact, someone whose nervous system is no longer writing a crisis into every blank space. The city, the street, the room, the evening light, all of it seems to meet you in a softer language because you are finally hearing yourself in one. And then later, as you return home, there is a quiet satisfaction in the way the day settles around you. The homecoming feels different too. You are not collapsing from the strain of having been yourself. You are not replaying every interaction to search for mistakes. You are not carrying the world inside your body like a hard knot. You come back to yourself with more of yourself still intact. The light through the window has changed now, softer, lower, touched with dusk. Reflections gather in the glass. The room receives you. Your coat falls into place. Your steps are calm. There is something deeply healing in this ordinary return. This sense that the life you are building is beginning to hold you more gently because you are holding yourself more gently first. And in this expanded scene with people, places, timing, movement, and quiet opportunities all around you, one truth becomes clear. The outside world is no longer separate from your inner assumption. It is answering it. It is echoing it. It is reflecting back the steadier identity you have chosen to inhabit. Not all at once, not with spectacle, but through the beautiful evidence of ordinary ease. You are received with more ease because you are meeting life with more ease. You are safer in silence because you are safer within yourself. Your pace is unhurried because your worth is no longer on trial. And as this becomes more natural, more lived and more familiar, you begin to understand that the world has been waiting for this version of you. The one who arrives without apology, remains without fear, and moves through life as though belonging was never in question. Now you begin to feel what changes before proof ever appears. Not as performance, not as pressure, but as a quiet inner truth settling into place. Relief comes first, soft and almost surprising, like a weight being lifted from a place you had forgotten was heavy. Relief without a dramatic reason. Relief before evidence. Relief because your system is finally learning that it does not need to stay clenched in order to stay safe. Let that relief spread through you now. Not forced, not exaggerated, just noticed. A loosening around the heart, a softening behind the eyes, a little more space in the chest, a little less guarding in the belly. Relief can arrive before reasons, and it is still real. In fact, this may be the deepest kind of relief, the kind that comes when your inner world no longer waits for permission to feel better. And with that relief, comes a quieter joy. Not loud, not sparkling for attention, not trying to convince anyone, just real. A grounded joy, a steady goodness. The kind of joy that feels like warmth passing through a chapel of light, simple and sacred. The kind of joy that feels like sun through closed eyelids, gentle and golden, asking nothing from you except your willingness to receive it. Joy does not need to be loud to be real. It does not need to be constant to be true. It only needs to be welcomed. So welcome it now in the smallest, honest way. The faint sweetness of being here. The comfort of no longer pushing against yourself. The beauty of feeling your body soften without fear. This is joy too. This is the emotional tone of a life that is becoming kinder from the inside out. A life where peace is no longer foreign. A life where ease is no longer suspicious. A life where your own presence begins to feel like home. And underneath that joy, there is tenderness. Deep, restorative tenderness. The kind that rises when you stop treating yourself as a problem to solve. The kind that appears when you see how much you have carried, how long you have endured, how faithfully your inner world has kept trying to protect you even in imperfect ways. Tenderness toward yourself is evidence of change, not weakness, not indulgence, evidence. Because the old identity was often harsh, suspicious, impatient. And this new identity knows how to look at you with mercy. Feel that now. A hand over the heart without command. A softness in your attention. A willingness to stay near yourself without critique. You are no longer using shame as a tool of transformation. You are no longer demanding healing through force. You are allowing love to do what pressure never could. You are allowing gentleness to reach places that fear kept frozen, and then gratitude begins to glow beneath it all. Not performative gratitude, not the kind that tries to skip over pain, not the kind that rushes to sound spiritual. This gratitude is recognition of what is already shifting. Recognition of how different this feels. Recognition of the fact that your inner life is changing shape and your body knows it before your mind fully explains it. Gratitude here is not performance. It is recognition. You may feel it like amber light across still water at sunset. Warm, slow, quietly radiant. A glow rather than a burst. A feeling that says something beautiful is happening here, even if I cannot name all of it yet. And you are allowed to feel that now. You are allowed to feel the emotional tone of your desired life before all the evidence gathers around you. You are allowed to let your nervous system meet peace in advance. You are allowed to become familiar with safety before every outer condition agrees. This is how the subconscious begins to trust the new story, not only through images, but through feeling, through emotional atmosphere, through repetition of a state that becomes believable because it is experienced, not merely described. And so you stay with the feeling now. Relief, joy, tenderness, gratitude, trust. Not as distant ideals, but as living textures moving through you in this moment. Relief again. Let the word itself soften something in you. Relief, the ending of unnecessary strain. Relief, the body no longer preparing for what is not here. Relief, the mind no longer tightening around imagined harm. Relief settling into your shoulders, your throat, your chest, your breath. You do not have to earn this feeling by suffering long enough first. It is available now. Joy again. Quiet joy. Mature joy. the joy of no longer being at war with your own becoming, the joy of inner space, the joy of not rushing, the joy of beginning to trust your life from within. This joy does not need an audience. It does not need to become excitement to count. It is enough exactly as it is, stable, subtle, real, tenderness again. Let yourself feel how precious you are when you are not being judged. Let yourself feel the deep humanity of your own heart, the sweetness of your effort, the dignity of your healing, the beauty of your continued openness, even after disappointment, even after fear, even after all the moments you did not know how to be gentle with yourself. Tenderness now rewrites the tone of your inner world. It becomes a new language inside you, and gratitude again. Gratitude for this moment. Gratitude for this shift. Gratitude for the invisible rearrangements already underway. Gratitude for the parts of you that never gave up. Gratitude for the simple fact that peace is becoming more recognizable in your body. Even now, especially now, you may notice that trust is beginning to rise naturally from all of this. Not blind trust, not forced certainty, but a calm trust, a reverent trust, a trust that says, I do not need to grip life so tightly anymore. I do not need to predict every pain in order to survive it. I do not need to stay braced to stay protected. Something deeper in me knows how to receive goodness too, and this trust becomes an anchor. It links itself to the scenes you have already imagined. The morning light, the steady body, the warm cup, the open doorway, the softened world, the safe silence, the kind eyes, the unhurried pace. Now those images are no longer only pictures. They are filled with feeling. They carry relief. They carry joy. They carry tenderness and gratitude. They become emotionally alive inside you. And because of that, they begin to impress themselves more deeply into the subconscious. This is the shift. Feeling before evidence. Peace before proof. Emotional permission before outer confirmation. You are teaching your inner world that the desired life is not only possible, but familiar. Not only attractive, but safe. Not only imagined, but emotionally inhabited. So remain here for a few more moments inside this warm inner atmosphere. Let the feelings circulate without pressure. Let them become natural. Let them become yours. Relief can arrive before reasons. Joy does not need to be loud to be real. Tenderness toward yourself is evidence of change. Gratitude here is recognition. And you are allowed to feel the emotional tone of your desired life now deeply, honestly, and without apology. Thank you for the body that kept going even in seasons when it felt misunderstood. Thank you for the quiet intelligence moving beneath every thought, every heartbeat, every moment you survived without knowing how much strength it required. Thank you for the nerves that learned protection, for the muscles that carried memory, for the cells that continued their silent work, even when your inner world felt uncertain. You do not rush past this now. You let it be felt. You let appreciation enter slowly, like soft gold moving through dark water. You begin to sense your body not as an obstacle, but as a living cathedral of wisdom. A cathedral of tissue pulse, instinct, and repair. So much has been happening within you, without applause, without permission, without full recognition. And now, in this quiet space, you offer that recognition. You offer thanks. Not because everything has been easy, but because something in you remained faithful through it all. Thank you to the heart for its constancy. Thank you to the breath for returning again and again. Thank you to the hands that have held, reached, carried, comforted. Thank you to the eyes that have stayed open through confusion and through hope. Thank you to the mind for trying, even when it was tired. Thank you to the parts of you that protected your life in the only ways they knew. Thank you even to the patterns that no longer serve, because they were once attempts at safety, and now they can soften. Feel how gratitude changes the atmosphere inside you. It does not demand. It does not push. It tells the body gently that the war may be ending. It tells the subconscious that it is safe to loosen old alarms. It tells your whole inner being that appreciation is possible now. And where appreciation enters, receiving begins to open. Gratitude makes room for receiving, so let each thank you land with reverence. Thank you to the cells like constellations lit quietly within you. Thank you to the nerves learning a new rhythm. Thank you to the silent intelligence that has not abandoned you. Thank you to the healing already moving beyond your view, beneath the surface, like roots receiving rain underground. Thank you to what is changing before you can fully measure it. Thank you to the peace that is growing even now. And as you stay here, the feeling deepens, not sentimental, not performative, sacred. A calm recognition that life is still moving in your favor through unseen channels. Your body hears this. Your subconscious hears this. Every inward thank you becomes a signal of safety. A signal that says, I am no longer only surviving. I am beginning to receive. I am beginning to trust. I am beginning to live from a place that can welcome good. So remain in this prayer-like softness a little longer. Thank you for what has carried you. Thank you for what is healing. Thank you for what is arriving. Thank you for what is already becoming possible. Thank you for the inner shift. Thank you for the quiet support surrounding it. Thank you for the version of you emerging with more peace, more steadiness, more openness. And let that gratitude settle into you like warm light in living water, telling every part of you that it is safe now to receive more. I am safe enough to soften. I am safe enough to let peace live in my body. I am safe enough to stop bracing for what has not happened. I am no longer at war with my own body. I am no longer calling tension my home. I am no longer building my identity around survival. I am available for peace. I am available for ease. I am available for a life that meets me gently. I am open to calm becoming natural. I am open to steadiness becoming familiar. I am open to being supported without fear. I am worthy before I prove anything. I am worthy without performance. I am worthy without over-explanation. I receive support without proving my worth. I receive love without shrinking. I receive goodness without suspicion. I trust the deeper intelligence within me. I trust the wisdom moving through my body. I trust the quiet guidance inside my heart. I trust myself to choose well. I trust myself to remain with myself. I trust life more than I trust old fear. I am already enough. I am already becoming. I am already aligned with the life meant for me. I already belong to the life I am calling in. I do not chase what is meant for me. I become available to it. I let what is mine meet me in peace. I am coherent, steady, and open. I am grounded in my own presence. I am settled in my own worth. I am clear. I am calm. I am whole. I am someone who can rest. I am someone who can receive. I am someone who can soften and still remain strong. I am someone who no longer confuses fear with truth. I am someone who expects life to meet me kindly. I am someone who belongs wherever I go. I am peace in motion. I am self-respect in human form. I am a gentle mind in a safe body. I am a steady heart in a changing world. I am no longer becoming this version of me. I already am. And if this identity feels true for you, you may seal it softly by whispering, "I already am" in the comments and subscribe, so we continue this becoming together. I already am safe. I already am worthy. I already am supported. I already am held by something deeper than fear. I already am the version of me who can receive trust and remain open. I already am. I move with quiet certainty. I walk without rushing to prove myself. I let my pace reflect my peace. I let my presence speak before pressure does. I speak from self-respect. I speak clearly. I speak honestly. I do not abandon myself to be accepted. I do not shrink my truth to make others comfortable. I let my words match my worth. I choose what supports my peace. I choose what nourishes my mind. I choose what steadies my body. I choose what honors my energy. I release what drains me. I turn gently away from what disturbs my inner balance. I let my actions match my worth. I rest when rest is needed. I respond when response is wise. I pause before I react. I make decisions from clarity, not panic. I trust that calm choices create a calm life. I notice signs of alignment instead of searching for danger. I notice ease. I notice support. I notice quiet openings. I notice what is working. I allow small synchronicities to find me and reassure me. I make room for what nourishes me. I make room for slowness. I make room for beauty. I make room for healthy love, clean boundaries, and simple joy. I welcome what feels steady. I welcome what feels true. I respond rather than react. I remain with myself in uncertain moments. I let silence be safe. I let stillness guide me. I let life meet the version of me that is already stable. I let each day confirm the peace I have chosen within. I carry myself like someone who belongs. I enter rooms with ease. I leave spaces with dignity. I keep my nervous system out of unnecessary battles. I trust my body to support me. I trust my behavior to reflect the calm I now embody. This is how I live now. This is how I move. This is how I choose. This is how I speak. This is how I receive. This is how I signal to life that I am ready for what is good. Return here nightly and let this version of you become more familiar than the old one. Let repetition become embodiment. Let peace stop feeling like practice and start feeling like memory. What you rehearse in calm begins to feel natural. What you visit gently begins to welcome you more easily. So come back to this inner room again and again until your new identity feels effortless, until safety feels ordinary, until ease feels believable, until the life you have imagined begins to feel less like desire and more like home. And if this space supports you, stay close to it. Keep walking with these meditations. Subscribe as a quiet ritual of devotion to your becoming a soft promise that you will continue returning to the version of you that no longer lives in fear. Night after night, let the old self grow dim from disuse. Let the new self grow strong through gentleness. Let the repeated feeling of peace teach your mind, your body, and your subconscious what is now true. You are not forcing this identity. You are familiarizing yourself with it. You are letting it settle. You are letting it root. And soon what once felt new will feel natural. What once felt distant will feel known. Carry that with you now softly as you move toward deeper rest. Understood. I'll keep it focused, concise in English, and send each block separately. Starting with the first one based on your Part 3 structure and notes. You can release the scene now. You do not need to keep holding the picture, to keep what it awakened inside you. The image has already done its work. It opened the feeling. It touched the state. And now, like ink dissolving into still water, it can soften and fade. Let the details grow lighter. Let the edges blur. Let the forms become less important. You are not losing anything. You are keeping the part that matters most. You are keeping the frequency. You are keeping the quiet inner knowing. You are keeping the version of yourself that was revealed in that moment. You do not need to hold the picture to hold the becoming. You do not need to repeat the scene to prove it is real. What is planted does not need to be dug up for proof. What is true can rest. What is received can settle. What has touched the deeper mind can continue without effort. So let the image drift like a balloon rising into a wide and open sky. Let it float farther and farther until it is only a soft suggestion of color in the distance. And even as it disappears, the feeling remains. The tone remains like a bell still humming after the strike. The fragrance remains like flowers no longer seen, but still present in the air. The light remains like moonlight resting in a sleeping room. You are not empty as the image fades. You are full of the state it gave you, full of the emotional signature it awakened, full of the silent certainty that something has already shifted. The vision can dissolve into the field, and still the frequency stays alive within you. So now, with no strain and no effort, let it all become softer. Less picture, more presence, less form, more feeling, less reaching, more resting. And as the image disappears completely, the essence stays. Calm stays. Trust stays. The new identity stays. The quiet truth stays. You remain in the feeling, in the frequency, in the becoming. We become clearer now without trying. We become quieter inside, and because of that, more whole. A clear signal does not strain. It steadies. It does not shout into the field. It simply remains true to itself. And this is what coherence feels like. Not pressure, not perfection, just self-agreement. A soft ending to inner contradiction. A gentle settling of thought, feeling, and body into the same direction. Less noise, more truth. You are sending less static now, less interference, less of the old divided current. The mind is not pulling one way while the heart pulls another. The body is not bracing against what the soul has already welcomed. more and more all of you is beginning to speak the same quiet language. It is like radio static clearing into music. What once felt broken becomes understandable. What once felt scattered becomes whole. The signal was always there. It only needed stillness. It only needed space. It only needed you to stop arguing with what you already knew. Coherence is not becoming flawless. It is becoming honest. It is becoming internally aligned. It is becoming simple enough to trust. When you are less divided inside, life begins to feel less contradictory outside. Not because you force the world to change, but because you are no longer sending mixed meanings into the field. You are like a tuning fork now, resting in your own true note. And what belongs with that note begins to recognize you. What matches your deeper state begins to move toward you without strain. Not by force, but by resonance. Not by control, but by quiet agreement. A clear signal does not beg. It does not chase. It does not perform. It remains steady in what it knows. And tonight, you are becoming that steadiness. You are becoming a calm and coherent presence within yourself, like concentric circles widening across still water. Your inner state moves outward in silence, like stars aligning in a clear night sky. What seemed separate begins to form one pattern, one rhythm, one truth. You do not need to make it happen. You only need to remain undivided, to rest in the signal of what is already becoming real, to let your inner world become easier to trust because it has stopped arguing with itself. And now the field around you feels gentle, responsive, quietly alive, as though what is yours already knows the way, as though what you have welcomed inwardly is already being drawn by the harmony you now hold. You are less noise, more truth, less effort, more alignment, less asking, more receiving. And in this soft coherence you can rest. In the dark, your inner world grows softer and somehow brighter. Behind closed eyes, there is a quiet kind of seeing, not with effort, not with logic, just a gentle inner openness, as though some hidden window has turned inward and is now receiving the language of silence. Night has always carried this mystery, a velvet indigo stillness, a silver mist behind thought, a place where memory, symbol, and feeling move more freely than they do in daylight. And here, in this softened state, suggestion is received more gently. Nothing has to push. Nothing has to convince. What is true can simply arrive. You are listening beneath language now, beneath explanation, beneath the surface voice of the day. There is a quieter intelligence awake within you, and it understands impressions that words could never fully hold. It welcomes image, feeling, symbol, and tone. It knows how to receive what is subtle. So let this inner night remain open. Let the hidden window stay clear and calm. Let the space behind your forehead feel touched by starlight, by stillness, by a soft and sacred receptivity. Not as something to analyze, only as something to allow. We do not need to explain the mystery for it to soothe us. We do not need to define the doorway for it to open. We only rest near it. We only soften enough to notice that something quiet and beautiful is already happening within. And in this midnight stillness, with closed eyes and an open inner sky, you become more receptive to peace, more available to insight, more willing to be gently changed by what the deeper mind already knows. I am safe enough to rest. My body remembers balance. I do not need to force what can unfold. What is true for me can arrive gently. I release control and remain supported. I trust what continues in silence. My inner world is becoming a place of agreement. Rest is not absence. It is intelligent activity beneath effort. I am safe enough to rest. I am safe enough to soften. I am safe enough to let go. Nothing essential is lost when I become still. My body remembers balance. Even now, especially now. Without command, without pressure, without strain, my body remembers the way back to harmony. I do not need to force what can unfold. I do not need to rush what already knows its season. I do not need to manage every detail of becoming. What belongs to me can arrive with grace. What is true for me can arrive gently, without fear, without confusion, without inner conflict. It can arrive softly because I am no longer resisting my own good. My inner world is becoming a place of agreement. My thoughts are softening into trust. My emotions are softening into openness. My body is softening into safety. More and more, there is less argument within me. More and more, there is quiet consent. I trust what continues in silence. I trust what deepens when I stop interfering. I trust what settles when I stop reaching. I trust what grows in the dark beneath effort, beneath watching, beneath doubt. Rest is not absence. It is intelligent activity beneath effort. Rest is not nothing. Rest is sacred movement hidden from the surface mind. Rest is wisdom without noise. Rest is life reorganizing itself in peace. I release control and remain supported. I release the need to hold everything together. I release the habit of overreaching. I release the illusion that strain is necessary. And still, I am supported. Still, I am held. Still, I am carried by something deeper than effort. I am safe enough to rest. This moment is safe enough. This bed is safe enough. This night is safe enough. This breathless, quiet surrender is safe enough. My body remembers balance. My mind remembers stillness. My heart remembers trust. My deeper self remembers the way. What is true for me can arrive gently. What is aligned with me can remain. What is meant for me does not need violence. What is meant for me does not need fear. What is meant for me can enter a peaceful life. I trust what continues in silence. I trust the unseen movement. I trust the quiet rearranging. I trust the invisible wisdom that does not need applause to be real. My inner world is becoming a place of agreement. A place where I no longer fight myself. A place where I no longer divide myself. A place where I can live, feel, receive, and rest as one. I am safe enough to rest. My body remembers balance. I do not need to force what can unfold. What is true for me can arrive gently. I trust what continues in silence. Rest is not absence. It is intelligent activity beneath effort. I release control and remain supported. Let these words become simpler now. Let them echo more softly. Let them stay without effort. I am safe. I am held. I can rest. My body remembers. My heart trusts. My mind softens. I release. I receive. I rest. I am safe enough to rest. And I rest. Nothing more is required of you tonight. You do not need to finish anything. You do not need to solve anything. You do not need to hold yourself up for one moment longer. You may let the edges blur now. You may let the mind grow less precise. You may let each thought loosen before it reaches the end. You may drift without finishing every sentence inside yourself. You may soften beyond effort. You may rest beyond understanding. The body continues what the mind no longer needs to manage. The deeper systems remain awake in their own quiet way. The wisdom beneath thought is still moving, still balancing, still restoring. Nothing is forgotten in rest. Nothing is abandoned in sleep. Sleep is not interruption. It is continuation in another form. So now let yourself be carried. Like snow falling in silence through a dark and open sky, let everything settle gently. No force, no urgency. Only a quiet descent. A soft downward drifting into peace. Like a small boat moving across still water at night, you do not need to row anymore. The water is calm. The current is kind. The stars are dim above you. And the boat knows how to float without your help. You are allowed to stop doing. Allowed to stop organizing. Allowed to stop rehearsing tomorrow. Allowed to stop returning to what has already passed. This night asks nothing from you except softness. Let the room grow farther away. Let the outlines of things become less important. Let the darkness feel gentle around you. Like curtains moving in moonlight, everything becomes slower now. Lighter, quieter, more distant. You are safe here. Safe in the dimness. Safe in the stillness. Safe in not having to continue. And if a thought appears, let it pass like an ember settling. No need to follow it. No need to feed it. No need to keep it glowing. It can fade on its own. It can fall back into warmth, into ash, into silence. Nothing more is required of you tonight. The body knows how to return to balance. The heart knows how to rest when it is no longer bracing. The mind knows how to dim when it is no longer asked to perform. Everything in you is being invited back into its natural rhythm. You may let the edges blur. You may let awareness become softer than language. You may let even these words become less like meaning and more like distant sound. Just a soft thread leading you down into deeper quiet. Imagine a forest at midnight after rain. Everything dark and washed clean. The leaves still. The earth cool. The air heavy with peace. Nothing trying to impress. Nothing trying to become. Only the deep permission of night. Let that stillness enter you. Let that cool, calm hush move through your chest, your stomach, your limbs. Let your whole being remember what it feels like to stop. You do not need to arrive at sleep. You only need to stop resisting rest. Sleep can find you. Sleep can gather you. Sleep can take you the rest of the way. And even as you drift, the deeper work continues without strain. The quiet reordering, the gentle repair, the unseen integration. What effort could not hold rest can hold. What forcing could not open peace can open. What the waking mind could not resolve the sleeping self can carry differently. So let your thoughts become wider apart now. Let the spaces between them grow longer. Let awareness flicker softly like stars fading behind closed eyes. No need to stay near the surface. No need to keep watch. No need to listen so closely. You are carried now, carried by the bed beneath you, carried by the dark around you, carried by the quiet intelligence within you, carried by a night that knows exactly how to receive you. Nothing more is required, only this soft falling, this easy dimming, this peaceful surrender. You may drift, you may blur, you may disappear into rest, and as you go deeper, let it be simple. I am safe. I am held. I can sleep. I am safe. I am held. I can sleep. I am safe. I am held. I can sleep. And now the words grow farther away, softer than thought, softer than memory, softer than effort. Just the hush, just the dark, just the gentle carrying. Sleep can take you from here. And if this journey has brought you peace, you may subscribe so we can meet here again tomorrow night and share this calm with someone who needs it. Someone who is ready to rest, to soften, to remember their own quiet light. And now, nothing more to do. Let the words grow softer than thought. Let even this voice become distant. Let it fade into the background, like moonlight thinning across a silent room, like the last ripple disappearing on dark water. You do not need to follow anything now. You do not need to stay with any sentence. You do not need to hold any meaning. Only rest, only soften, only drift. The night can hold you from here. The silence can hold you from here. Sleep can take you from here. You are safe. You are warm. You are held. And the deeper mind remains open in peace, receiving only what is gentle, keeping only what is true, carrying forward all that was planted in stillness. So let go now, even of these words. Let them become faint. Let them blur into silence. Let them melt into the dark, further away now, quieter now, softer now, until there is nothing left to follow, nothing left to do, nothing left to be. Only sleep, only peace, only rest. Good night.